Oh no. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'm moving now. Hello, everyone. It's Lina. So today we're gonna finally release Spout2 PW, so you can use Spout2 streaming to OBS on Linux. I'm really excited. It's been working on this for quite a while now because I took a break. But we're here. It's almost ready. So yeah, let's do this. Yesterday I was working on the Flatpak packaging, which is pretty much ready, and also on the Fedora package, which is actually released for OBS PW video. Though there will probably be an update today with some fixes, possibly, hopefully. Why am I blinking so much? Why is this? The tracking is sometimes a little bit. Okay, I think that's better now. Hello. So yeah, let's do this. We have a few bugs to fix, a few things to work out, and most importantly, making the Spout2 side, Spout2 PW, easy to use so that it works with Steam and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited. Let's see if we can make it happen. So let me say hi to people before we get started. Hello everyone, hello Martin, hello Topaz, hello Nightbullet, hello Skill for Official, hello Zane, hello Lion Kiss, hello Keyshooter, hello Dragon Natural, hello Kasumoto, hello Phil Samuel, hello David San, hello Krinator, hello Lila Galaxy, hello Chris W, hello Kocha-san, hello and yeah, I think that's it. With this available for so whatever. Okay. I am going to be releasing the OBS stuff for Fedora, also as a standalone build that you can probably copy into your OS. There is a Debian build, and that probably works on most Ubuntu versions and anything that's not too old, and also a Flatpak. So if you use OBS Flatpak, if you use OBS with the native package with another type of distro, then you can either try the plugin, copy and paste, see if the file works, or ask someone working on your distro to package it for you. As for the Spout2 side, that will work. I expect it to work today on Ubu Launcher with gproton 10 and on Steam with hopefully both gproton 10 and regular Proton 10 experimental. Proton 10 is required. You cannot use this on Proton 9 or older. So, yeah, today is going to be writing a script and making sure this all actually works on these versions. So there's going to be some hacks and some tricks and some horrible things, but hopefully it will work out in the end. All right. So I think the first thing we need to do is make a little to-do list. Also, yesterday's stream was kind of laggy. I didn't notice until today, and it was because I had enabled another video screen output on my stream machine, and I didn't realize that completely overwhelmed the iGPU on this thing. I don't know if it's normal for this to be so bad. I thought it was not going to be this bad. But I think I'm just going to have to plug in all the outputs to the NVIDIA and just forget about the iGPU eventually. But anyway, let's make it a to-do list. So, some of it is going to be things that we definitely have to get done today. Some of it is going to be sort of, if we have time, right? So let's make two lists for release. We definitely need to make a launcher script so that people can use it easily, and that is going to need a bunch of features. We want graphical error messages, like little message boxes, so that people don't have to run this from the console, because it's really annoying with Steam to see like terminal errors. So we need support for patching Proton 10 with the fix. So there is a Proton patch that I sent, and I think it's not released in Proton 10 yet, but it is released in Chibi Proton 10. Because it's not released yet, I think the easiest thing for me to do for now is to make the launcher script just patch that into Proton as a hack. Because it will, that way we don't have to tell people to install Chibi Proton 10 separately and all that. So this will be just a temporary thing until it gets released. Then we also need, let's see, testing, support and test with Steam. So you definitely want Steam to work. What else? Probably also something to detect incompatible Proton Wine versions, so that if someone tries to use Proton or Wine, it complains and tells you, no, you can't do that. What else? I think that's the main thing for the launcher script. Then we need to build Spout2 PW on GitHub Actions. That should be easy because we already have the build working on Ubuntu, so mostly it should just be running the build script and doing some of the release artifact stuff. And then for Spout2, for the OBS plugin, I actually just fixed it up so it builds on older versions of Pipewire, so you can use it for older versions of OBS. So that just needs to be released. So release OBS PW video update and documentation. Basically, we need to write a quick start guide to make that work. But also, before that, I definitely want to fix the resize bug. So Spout2 PW has not been touched since basically the first time it worked, and it definitely has some really nasty bugs. I've been working on lip funnel, so it should support NVIDIA, but to do that, we need to update the lip funnel version. So hopefully it should not be too bad. These are the things I definitely want to get done today. Now, there's a few nice to haves. The main one would be adding a source picker to OBS PW video, which is actually a little bit complicated. Needs a bunch of Pipewire API stuff. So this is so that you don't have to use the QPW graph, this stuff. So you don't have to use this stuff to connect the video streams, which is kind of annoying. So, anything else? I think that's the main thing. For the update, actually the Fedora package doesn't need an update because it's the main changes is the old OBS support, but I need to release the Flatpak binary, and if other changes, update the Fedora package. If I don't get to this nice to have, then I don't need to update the Fedora package because it's already released and it will work fine. I think that's it. I'm probably forgetting something, but I think this is most of it. So, let's start by taking care of these bugs and issues in Spout2 PW, because this has not been touched in a little bit too long. Actually, I think I have bugs on GitHub, and I don't even know what bugs I have. Yeah, I have a bunch of bugs people filed. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, this is, It's just a update. Someone said that VC phase says unsupported DX format. That might be something we can test. But I mean, obviously DX format 0 is probably invalid, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I have to see if there's something we can fix there. Anyway, this is all going to be fixed with the yeah, there's some things that need to be changed. All right. Yeah, we know resizing is broken. And yeah, the Spout2 streams. Okay, yeah. So we have a problem with destroying streams. So that. And I think that should be fine. So we can take care of most of these. Let's look at the to takes the let's look at the resizing issue. So destroying streams, recreating streams, all that is clearly broken. Let's see if we can close this. Oh, I have too many tabs open. Let's clear this out. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get it. So the Spout2 thing. To PW. First stop, I have to update lip funnel. So lip funnel, git pull. That should be all we need. And then we need to actually build this. I just ninja here. It's gonna complain about some things I changed. Hold on, this again. Let's actually use the build script. Okay, this is unhappy about an update. Let's just delete everything and start over again. Hello everyone, hello Right6000, hello Cardian, hello Ultralagger, hello Nick Chan, hello Cragon, hello XAVX, hello Canadi, hello Suffer Libre. I thought I fixed that. What did it? Huh? I thought I fixed that, and apparently I broke it. The one CRT0. Oh. Well, yeah. No, wait, hold on. What? Also, what's that doing there? That is some ancient stuff. Oh, wow. That is some old stuff that doesn't have to be there. What I am looking for Oh, it's in wine vow 64. I think I broke compile on Fedora by fixing compile on Debian. Or it just changed again. It's possibly a wine update that broke it. Interesting, okay. The problem is that these paths, as far as I can tell, aren't really standardized anywhere, so this is quite annoying, that I have to keep adding these here. I would like to know if there is some way to find these, like, directories. But I don't think there's a package config file or anything like that that we can use. Yeah, shares include. I don't think there's any. That's the problem with the wine build, is that it doesn't really have any like metadata at all that we can use to do that. Like wine GCC prints it, I guess. Can I? See, this is just a wrapper for GCC, right? So, can I print searchers? See, it doesn't show it. It doesn't show it because this is just a wrapper for GCC. It's not actually printing like the wine stuff. Let me see if I can look at the wine GCC code and take a quick look at this. Software wine. As ideally, I want to know like where it searches for those paths. Yeah, that's all these hacks, right? To like to modify the arguments to GCC. It does this get libdir thing. It does all this crazy stuff to get the library directory. But there's no like just printed type of thing, right? Get the entity of the pad somehow? Yeah, just prints that, right? But I really want to know if there's some way to actually like detect the library path. Does WADL do anything? Hello. Okay. I think so. Yeah, like there's literally no way to like actually print the wine search path. It's really silly. MakeDev has some idea of the library directory. I wish mine just included like a package config path or something. There's also wine build, which I think can generate something. Mode options. I might just give up on this and keep using the weird directories. There's a thing with WineLib, and there's like a tool I think you can use to generate like a makefile for it or something like that. And yeah, you can do winemaker. which is a thing. Okay, this generates a makefile. Does this makefile have anything interesting? Okay, it doesn't. Is it verbose? No. Yes, this just compiles. Can I, okay, this kind of works. Because the reason we need 1CRT0 is for the binary. I guess one way to fix this is to just use, literally just use 1GCC instead of the Ming WTCC. I'm not sure if that's actually gonna work. Let's just try that and see if that works. Well, yeah. Hold on. So if I do Mason setup. So I did build wine and oh, that's why it's so slow. Okay, because it does that whole thing. I was always wondering why it takes so slow to run the compile, but I guess it's because it's trying to run the target files, but I don't even know why it would have to run them. Can I just disable that somehow? So now I complained about what? I don't know why it returns the 3. The actual thing it compiled is what? Yeah, it just returned 0. So why would it fail to run with wine? I think we just want to turn that off because we don't really want to. There has to be some way to tell Mason not to do that. I would hope. Yeah, I think you can just. Yeah, it looks like you can just do that and it won't try. Okay. That. Interesting. Why is lip funnel complaining? 143. Did I? Huh? Hold on. Did I just break lip funnel? Okay, I guess I forgot to actually compile this. Okay. That's weird. That was like the last thing I changed. And I guess... I did not compile test that. What's going on there? Oh, this is a fix. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna force push that. And this was just some minor fixes, and that's not supposed to be dynamic. Is it? No, yeah. 568. Let's just push that. Oh yeah, because I did force push. let's do that first, and let's see if this works now. Okay, so now it's complaining about interesting. Seems I'm missing some files. String.h. Okay. And this one isn't... It isn't there. Hold on. I guess I need, hold on. W string defined. I guess I need W char. Apparently str dub is not there. Str dub is... I guess it's underscore str dub in Windows. Apparently, yes, I have to use like underscore str up because Windows or something like that. Okay. And where is this one then? Let's fix a lot of these prints. Okay. Huh? I guess this is now using the wrong include files. Okay, so that just has to be done. I have to include them before the Windows stuff, which is fine. Does the Unix one include? Yeah, it does. Okay, hold on. So we put these at the top, otherwise it doesn't like it. And then steered up is where? Why is it not there? Hmm? Do you have to look at msvcrt / string.h? Oh wait, why is this calling CC? It should be calling wine. Oh, this is the Unix side. Okay, wait, hold on. This is the... Sorry, no, this one's fine. The wine one. So if I don't include the wine directory... Which I guess I don't need that. So this might be a little nicer without that. Where's the temps? So, oh wait, this is playing from user include string.h. That's not what I want. Ah, okay, so in if it's the Unix stirred up, it needs like POSIX, source, and all that. But what I really want is to show the include paths. Can I just do that? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's wine windows. So it's wine windows, but not line. How do I get like the windows string.h? Okay, let's just get the let's just use the POSIX source thing. Okay, so this complains about NTTLL and hold on, this is oh. Okay, so that fixes the build of that one. And probably means I don't need to pass most of this. So I can delete that. No, that does not work. Oh, because G++ is trying to use G++ as a linker? Why? I mean, fine, but why? No? Why? Why? Probably need to clean. Whoa, that did not work. It's very unhappy about building the Spout stuff because that expects to be built for Windows. IO.H. It's MSV CRT, okay. Is there a setting for that? Yeah, there's a use MSV or CRT, okay. How do I do that? And no Sigwin, okay. That will probably do what I want. Or not? Oh, I need a C++ flags. How do I set the default C flags for the whole project? I can just go to subprojects for this one. Oh, that's not happy. It's gonna want both. That's why it gets really messy. Like, some of this stuff is using, intrinsics. Oh no, MingW does have IO.H. So let's just use msigwin for this one. So where is IO.H missing? Is it because it needs the... I need to it's because this uses like a... it wants like an environment variable or something. How does it know which thing to run? I might need to set a target. Get wine build arcs. No, but that's... Hold on. Oh, I need a dash target? Wait, Clang? It's not Clang. Target alias. Dash B? Dash B. Okay, so I need, that, I guess? Woo, that's very unhappy. Okay, so now it's actually using the right compiler. And that's in W car. And Sequin should have added the Sequin paths, but it did not. No, something's not right. Because this is including no, the include should come by default though. Why is it using user I don't want it to use the include from wine, but it's because if we use Sigmund for this, then yeah, okay. The problem is that essentially what I really want to do is build Spout the ecstasy with Sigwin, and then build the main binary with wine, and this gets really confusing because Mason. This all gets so confusing. I might just give up. And go back to what I was doing before. Can I just override the compiler for a single target? I think this might be a little too much. I think this might be a little too much. Well, because this is C++, I guess one thing... Oh, but it's gonna try to use G++ to link, which is not what I want. Can I force it to link with... Yeah, so I can do this horrible thing and just make sure that I compile with MingDW only. Another option would be to just build the Spout.txt as a separate build, which probably makes more sense anyway. It's just really annoying. Okay, why is it using 1G++? Let's redo that. Okay, so it does do the Spout2. Yeah, it does build that fine. It's the problem is now it's trying to link Spout2 with the C++ compiler. And I wonder if there's some way to just force it to do that. I think it's because it is linking against the DLL, which it if I disable that, it's because the project is a C++ project, and right. Link language, is that what it is? That might work. And then I guess the problem is this is a native library now, and the file is a native library, but I don't necessarily want to compile the file with line GCC, though I guess it might work. Ideally, I'm going to need this NTDLL linker, though. But what about the exe? Linker input file not in use because linking not done. Oh, it's calling wine build. Oh, so this does a whole thing. It's trying to generate like some kind of stubs. Mm. Yeah. Okay, this person is doing the same business here with using the files directly. So I think I'm just gonna give him a 1 GCC because this is way too hacky. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do this. The only thing I can do is something like that, and just grab the paths from here. Miss and run script. Can I just run a script? Might not like that. Yeah, I think we can just cheat and do this. Yeah, I think we're just gonna use this horrible hack. Oh. We're just gonna do that. I give up on the city thing. Okay, so cross build. We don't use 1 GCC for this anymore. Undo all that, and we don't even want to use the exe wrapper because that takes forever. And let's do this first. Run command. How do I find the path? Yeah, like that. Source root, something, something. Okay. How do I do like a nice message to print, like detecting things, whatever? And I can probably get the include path too the same way. Yeah, I can get the include path as iSystem and either after. It's basically a wine build arguments thing. Let's rename this to get wine path. Share, substring, replace, join. Is there a split? No. Yeah, there's a split. Ah, there's the split lines. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. That might work. Library path and why include paths. And can I get an array if I split? Array.flatten, array methods, length. Why does Mason not like double quotes? I like double quotes. Double quotes are easy. Okay. This needs a... Oh, sorry, join paths. Needs to be there. And what's going on with the Mason thing? How do I do that? How do I declare that? I forgot. How do I declare that? I think this one had something. Yeah, it's just like that. Okay. Mason version greater than 1.1. To say 1.2. Project source root or global source root. Okay, we can do that. And there's no join. Mason array join. Ah, because it's the Python style. Okay. I think I just might print instead of message. Now, what's the Mason? There's warning, message. I guess it is message. Okay, that's fine. Huh? Okay, and now, so we don't want to use this wine GCC anymore. Why is it still doing that? Okay, and then we don't want to use that anymore. The no segment thing, that's from... Okay, so now it's not finding NTDLL for the SO file. And this one's not finding the Unix path because I took that out. Oh no, it's ecstasy, sorry. Where'd that go? So wine lib path is already done there, so we don't need this anymore. Why is it not building with the CRT? Can drop that anyway. It does build with it. Hold on. Why did I break now? Oh, it's because it's hitting paths in Ming W instead of wine. All these libs. So I need to get a lib there out of this. Probably? No, but it should be if I just uncomment that. Huh, why does it not find... Oh, because this is the Unix path. Hold on. I want the Windows path. This is the Unix path. Why is it the Unix path? Well, I can just replace it anyway. At library is adding a library from there's isPE. isPE is set when oh, it depends on the target. Okay. So if I do that, then you get Windows. Okay, that's fine. And you can't declare functions in Mason, right? Yeah. Okay, whatever. And I keep forgetting how the bash thing works for that. Bash. Yeah, that is use. Yeah, password. Okay, so like that. And that did not work. Oh, sorry. It doesn't like empty arguments. Okay. Let's just do it the other way around, I guess. All right, no, it's just this one. Okay, there we go. So now we have winded path, and then we have Unix zip path. Items of reach do not support iterating. Because okay, yeah. That works. Okay, cool. Let's put this back. So there's Unix zip paths and winding paths, and actually have a okay, this now is much nicer, and that way I don't need to use the horrible hard-coded paths. The only thing missing is includes, and I think I can just use this then. So the wine include args should just go in here. So now it's complaining CRT headers cannot be used in Unix code. Yeah, because Unix doesn't need that one. Aha, that works. Okay, and then finally, almost. And now it's complaining about WSN printf. I can probably avoid just using that. What changed about this? It's using the right thing, and UCRT. Okay, that works. I guess I just need to add that one link path. Okay, good. So now I don't have those horrible hard-coded paths anymore. I don't need to try Windows Ink or anything else. This Windows Ink is not used. Is it used? Include directories Windows Ink, but I don't use that anymore. Args. Unix link args comes from those. And we don't use those anymore, so we can drop that. Okay, that looks a lot nicer now as far as not relying on horrible hard-coded paths. Can I lower the Mason version a bit? It wants project targets, split lines. That looks nice. Oh, what's going on now? What just happened? Huh. I guess because that cleans up empty lines, but hold on. Oh, it puts a comma at the end. Okay. I need to do that. Okay, good. That sounds reasonable. So let's just add all this. delete all this stuff. Does the funnel not have the... I thought I had to change some lip funnel stuff here. Maybe I already did though. Sync. Funnel, stream, set. Size, mode, rate. Oh, no, the sync is the default, so it doesn't have to touch it. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So this is looking a little saner now. Let's just add some fixes here. Okay, and these things have to not be created here, so let's fix that. Those are created by this. I want to go to the target path. Where does Mason execute? Can I set the... Where's the function list? What was it called? Run? What's the name of that? Run command. Okay. Does not say... I guess we can just go to medicine build root. It's unspecified directory, okay. So we can just do that. Okay, that looks nicer now. Okay, so now let's see if we can actually fix the bugs. The bugs. The bugs. So, I don't need to actually install the Proton anymore. I can try this with Nyan. So let's run QPW graph, which is already running. No, it does that. You need to run it twice. Some weird bug. Let's get OBS in here, which does not have the Pipewire video. But now that it's released, I can just install it. Ta-da! So now we have the Pipewire source in here, and let's reactivate that. So as far as actually running this, if I do a Ninja install, it'll do the whole packaging thing in here, in PKG. Vine is where everything is, so Vine DLL path. This should do the right thing. Just need to run it from here. So now let's see if we can fix the resizing mess. I wish Rhythm Studio didn't take so long to start. Though I can probably cheat a little and just do something like run in prefix to restart or restart the service or something. Yeah, I can probably restart the service. Oh, that's interesting. It's not connected. Why is it even doing that? What just happened? That is not happy. I broke something. Okay, hold on. Let's run the. Let's run the. The Spout demo first, I guess. So what happened here? It's very unhappy. Failed to start stream. Why did it fail to start stream? I guess I need the pipe party wagon here. There's some demo I can use for this. It's a little easier. The SDK stuff. Yeah, this stuff. Alright, is Piper debug on this? And it's not showing any errors. Oh, I probably just didn't add some configuration that. Oh, right, the fence stuff. I added a requirement for a fence, and that is not set up. Is it? No, I added something. Oh, first of all, start stream. If it fails to start stream, I don't want to be dequeuing anything. So, active false, active true, not active stop. There's a const signal, I think, here that I can, yeah, broadcast on update source and destroy source. So I can just, if not active, don't do this in source update. Just do this outside of that. And then just do the wait and continue in that case. So at least it does an infinite loop on that. And then, as for why it's not started, I probably forgot to configure something and I forgot what it was. I know the fence is one thing I did not set properly. VK set fence. Where was this? It's get VK fence and then you have to pass it. Okay. Yeah, so in this case, we just want to use our, the final fence. So that's one thing that needs to be done. Reset fence, we don't do that anymore. Just submit with the fence. And then you can... Oh, but I don't want to enqueue. I want to wait for the... this is a little weird. Okay, yeah. I ideally want to enqueue before waiting for the fence. But the... but I can't wait for the fence after the enqueue because the buffer might be reused. Yeah, I kind of... What I really do is... I really want two fences, but it's really annoying to... Vulcan's really annoying with the fence submit stuff. Especially because this is running in sync mode, and I really don't want to wait for a fence in sync mode. Oh, that's kind of painful with the API. Because here, when we do the Vulcan stuff, funnel source Vulcan. And create the fence when the buffer is allocated, and we don't want to. Well, okay, you know what? I can just cheat because this is just waiting for this command, but I can just do a VKQ, wait for idle or something like that. So let's just drop this fence thing. Yeah, I can just do that. There's not like fence clone or anything like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's really empty. Okay, we don't do that. Alright. So, wait for fences. No, we just do VKQ wait idle. And call that a day. Actually, that already prints that, so I can just do semicolon there. Yeah. Why is it complaining? Oh, it's just a warning. Okay. So that's but that doesn't fix the actual problem we have, which is that probably something I forgot. I changed something here that needs to be configured first. What did I add for this? There was something. Oh, because I have to call configure explicitly. That's why. I remember now. Stream start. It's just that. Configure. Failed to configure stream. Failed to start stream. Okay. And we can just unconditionally call that even if it's already started, so that's fine. Okay, that should fix most of the weirdness. Nope, it did not. And why is it still doing that? Oh, because I didn't do a Ninja install. Okay, so now it's updating, and this is... Are my things here? Yes. Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Multiple buffers not supported. Woo! I forgot to return in some... error path? Oh, because I failed to... Yeah, I guess if in-queue fails, then I want to return anyway. That did not work. Oh, sorry. If return is less than 0, because return 1 for buffer. If ret equals 0, then no buffer. We don't do that anymore. I changed the API there. Okay, that should just be that. Okay, there we go. Now it's sending, and it's going to OBS. So how do we fix the resize thing? This, there we go. That broke it. So resizing here does work. Does break it. That's good. So what actually happened? Updating receiver, DQ. Shared texture not equal null. Because it's trying to lock a texture that doesn't exist anymore. So what's happening here is that in the Windows side, it goes into updating, and it's gonna do all this stuff. But meanwhile, it's trying to lock the texture. Yeah, I think it's just because of concurrency. It's calling these calls, it's gonna recreate a texture, and it tries to lock the texture, so I just need a lock here. How do I do locks in Windows? What I really want is, yeah, okay, how do I do mutexes on Windows? Can I just use pthread? I don't know if I can use pthread. In this weird hybrid Windows Unix world. Looks like I can use pthread. I don't know if that's a good idea, though. Might not be. You're supposed to use like standard mutex or something? Okay, that's not what I want. It's enter critical section. That's kind of what I want, right? That's the Windows version of a mutex. So I guess when we create a source, we want to have the critical section. So lock texture, receivers, update receivers, update receiver, add receiver. Okay. And then just do enter and leave. I don't need to deinitialize it, right? I don't think so. There's delete critical section. Do I? Might not. Maybe I do need to initialize critical section. X. I do have to call it. Okay, delete critical section. Remove receiver. I think I just call the regular version of this. So then in the check texture access thing, in lock texture, just enter, sorry. And leave. So you lock the critical section while we do all the Spout2 calls, which are these. Actually, it's just yeah, it's just those two that need to leave it. So we can just do this like this. We don't need anything else after we get the chair handle and all that. There's a race here and that this could fail to open, and then on the next poll it would just work. And then the only other trick is that I need to have a blue texture locked. And if the texture is locked and then we update everything, we ignore that. If not receiver texture locked, then and they also need the critical section in here. If it's locked, else actually, let me look at the Spout2 code in here. So projects, Spout2 XC, because check texture access, close this on frame. Oh, but actually, it is. It's just because it was a race. If there is just a race, what was the log that I got when it raced? That. In Spout2 share texture no, okay. This. Oh, okay, so it's just in my wrapper that it did that. Because getSender info just initializes the texture itself. If there's no handle, it's just de-knitted. And so what's actually happening here is that we are we're doing a getSender info, and that would be the case where there is no texture. What's the right print here? Not trace. Info. What's the wine level? Trace warn. Trace warn fixing error. Okay. I guess this is just warn. Why not Rust? Because this is Windows code and I don't want to be like when most of what you're doing is just gluing APIs together, it doesn't really make sense to use a language that is not C because you're just gonna be fighting the bindings all the time. Rust makes more sense when you're writing code that actually really does something. This doesn't really do anything. This is just taking textures from A to B, right? So yeah. Let's see. So what I want to do then is, if it's not connected, we are not going to be unlocking the texture. Actually, is connected. Just goes get shared info. Yeah, if change is true, then the texture was recreated successfully. And if... But it might not exist anymore. So if this returns false, then we probably want to assume it's a little different if it's the texture got released or if yeah, okay. So let's just say if we don't have a shared texture, just return. So that if this fails, we are we're never gonna forget a texture as locked when we're not supposed to. So then we don't even do that here. It's just in the changed case. If the texture changed, yeah. So if this fails, the texture is not recreated, so we still have to free it. If this fails, it could still be there, but if we have a changed flag, okay, that makes sense. And then the only thing that's a little bit sad is that technically it would be entirely safe to call this function concurrently with the other one as except for the xtexture thing. So why don't I just put the critical section in Spout2 instead of putting it here? And then I can just get rid of all of that. I think that might make more sense. Just move all this logic to Spout2. So a new receiver, just do PCS. And then free receiver. The straight critical section. What was it? Delete. Ah! Okay. Self. And that way we don't need to deal with any of that. So then true. Return true. Actually, let's go to ret. Actually, just do it like this even. And then, if we fail to initialize the DX texture, so what we want to do is texture locked. If we have that, we can say, I think the ret there is supposed to check. Yeah, it returns keyed access, check keyed access. Yeah, it just returns true if there's no textures. That makes sense. So this is even allowed with null. And this one will return true if it actually is correct. Just do that. And then I only want to enter the critical section around that call. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then here I can just undo all this, everything that I just did. So we're not going to use that anymore. So does this compile? Looks like it does. Still. So where am I? And I need to copy the package Spout2 to see into. This is using the default prefix. Oh, drive C, Windows, System 32. Yeah, it has to go here. Huh? Oh. Okay, so that works. And does resizing work? Does not. Does not, but it didn't completely die. So what happened now? Failed to get shared resource info for texture. Okay, so what happened here is it updated that. It reinitialized DirectX to get to the texture again, which is fine. Error locked. Oh, that's just a print. Failed to query resource. Okay. And that's fine. Oh, there's one more thing we need to do. I forgot because I have multiple GPUs there. I don't know if you saw that. Put this in my to-do list. I should fix. This is updated. I also need to fix multi-GPU. Ideally, I guess put this into nice to have because most people don't do multi-GPU. So, but yeah, I need to make it use the right GPU for the funnel. So okay, what's going on here now? Failed to get standard info. That's fine. You're allowed to fail once. And then we got into stop. And then we update again. Is it possible that... Hold on, let's try that again. Oh, okay, so it does work sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't. Is it because it stopped the stream and then like never actually restarted it after it got the texture again? But it's not printing this though. So it's not getting it changed. Okay, let's print this every time, even when it hasn't changed. Oh wow, the handle doesn't change even though the dimensions change? How is that possible? Huh? Let's try that again. You need to check the dimensions also? I guess it reuses handles really quickly then. But how would you even know that you have to recreate the texture then? Oh, it's because I don't have the handle open, right? So the first time, it has a handle. Which ends in 2. And then it tries to open 6 as the new one. It fails to open it. And then it goes back to 2 because we already finished using it. So the problem is that when we free the texture here, we basically have to say last share handle equals 0. Yeah, no. Almost. What happened now? Oh, okay, now there was a different problem. Now it just got stuck. Maybe OBS now got confused. Oh yeah, I think OBS got confused now. OBS didn't like that one. Oh, OBS is dead. Okay, great. And now we wait. This is just dummy prints from before. Can drop that. It's gonna take a while with all the debug info. Okay, let's do some commits while we're here. That should just be a, yeah. Except for that one. Oh, apparently it didn't format this right at some point. Actually, let's just be a fix-up. And this, I don't think that needs to be there. Yeah. Okay, that looks reasonable. So what happened here? Where is OBS stuck now? Is this implicit sync again? No. Why is CDB so slow? Probably either the graphics or Pipewire. Threads are stuck. There you go. GS enter context. So this one is stuck trying to go into the video context. And who else is stuck doing that? I think it's probably a deadlock. So this is the graphics set. Okay. Okay. Now this one's stuck on sync object timeline point. I'm not surprised. Okay. That probably means we never signaled the acquire point for a buffer that was sent from somewhere, but why was it sent from somewhere if... Okay, I need to debug this. Give me, I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'll be right back, and we're gonna have to turn on a whole bunch of debugging again and try to figure out what happened here. But, yeah, I think when the, at some point, it seems we got a frame that was not correctly set up for sync objects. I'm not sure. Interesting mystery. All right, be right back. Okay. I'm actually gonna eat a little bit because I'm a little hungry. Haven't really had full lunch. Had a decent breakfast, but let me eat something and I'll get right back. So the issue is a sync object is not being set up properly, which means either the funnel didn't send it properly or OBS is using the wrong sync object or something like that. So we need to add more debugs to print. What's going on there? So let me eat something. All right. So what happened here? First, go to OBS. And I guess I need to print the sync points. Fire point. Release point. So let's print those. And that should at least give us some debug. And we're not using the NVIDIA for this one. And it's not printing. Is it because it did not use the right source, or... Let's uninstall the actual plugin. No. How do I enable debugging? Standard settings? I think there's something somewhere for debugging. Mm? Is it compiled out? Needs lock for both. Okay. Okay, it's just dash dash. Okay, that makes sense. So now let's see if it dies. And it died. Acquire 640 release 770. So did it actually wait on those? And the render function, the acquire sync, So first of all, is it actually acquiring the latest buffer or something else? What just happened? No video? Okay, not sure what that was about, but looks like it was stuck. Okay. Yes, so buffer 93 is 0 there. And this one is where it gets a buffer and then it tries to load it. That's not gonna work. Here's the buffers where it does all this. So, I get the feeling something weird happened here, because look, 85090, 930. Might even be leaking file descriptors, actually. Yeah, I think I'm leaking file descriptors on the buffers. But that's not the only problem. So this is acquiring 93. What happened on the other end? Well, I guess I should be able to test this with the regular lib funnel source instead of having to use Spout. Let's see if it reproduces with a funnel. Doesn't seem to reproduce with the funnel. And those null texture parameter warnings need to be fixed. So it might be a racy thing. Or maybe it happens in sync mode? No. Okay. So what about that null text parameter thing? Texture... It does not reproduce with... Oh, okay. I think that this gets called from somewhere else. Oh, yeah, I just didn't check. Okay, so that's not working. Let's add that to the debug. And now I guess I have to reproduce with Spout2 PW. So let's see if we can do that. So in Spout2 PW, in the funnel, I need to put some prints in here. First of all, this is a little sus. I think I need to start at sync points 1. And also on the other side, no, I think that should be fine. I don't think that's gonna fix it, but just something that was a little bit weird. So that works fine. And now it just got stuck. Oh no, the same thing. It got stuck there. Wait, why 0? We just passed 1. How do we get... Oh, hold on. How do we get a 0 there? That's not right. We are starting at 1. So 0 is not possible. Okay, that's a bug. How could we get async interesting? Is it gonna repro if I use 1? No. But interesting. If we start at 1, how is it possible that it's getting a 0? Oh, and now my whole computer crashed. Great. Huh. Well, this explicit sync... Oh, and now it kind of worked after a while. I think it's because the compositor probably has some workarounds for this. Apparently lots of people screw up sync objects. Okay. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, and now this one broke very badly. Failed to get the fence. Okay, something went really wrong here. Wait for fences failed for buffer fence. Ooh, and then, of course, it complains about that. Oh, okay, the context is lost. Okay. Oh, okay, so I actually had a GPU crash. Okay, then of course it fails. I think one thing I probably want to do is if any Vulkan error happens to destroy the entire source. And like let it recreate. Oh, and I forgot to freeze. I don't even have the freeze in here. Okay, that's a problem. It's supposed to be freed here. I messed this up. So this goes destroy source. It does a join on the thread. So, should have a flag for when the source is dead. And then I guess if it's dead, the thread doesn't need it anymore. So, so let's just do a stop and a destroy. And then I guess the skip frame thing is a little... There's a mutex though, so I can just do if source dead, skip frame. Yeah, we actually want the broadcast in there for everything, but if it's not dead, skip a frame. I set source dead true, and then what I can do is like a can't wait or something. The same way I do it here. So we can just wait until the while not source quit. Just do a can't wait. And then when quit is set, we can actually destroy everything, because then nothing else is going to use it, because that gets set only in destroy source. And and we can just say if the source is dead in update source, we can just do the unlock and return an error. Oh, it's a good status for that. Status device hung, I guess, or something like that. It's not Fatal App Exit, but like... I guess no such device for like... critical errors. And so then if update source returns that, the Windows side should deal with something. Update source. And then in remove receiver, if I call remove directly on the receiver here, it's going to break the loop. Which I guess is fine, because it just means one of the receivers is going to... Wait, where does the get receiver info thing happen? Oh, okay, an update receiver. Yes, I think we can just destroy it here. Actually, I can fix that. I can make that not happen. I can make this a bool. I can do that. So therefore, the returns false. It means you've removed it, so it should be going to a new receiver. It's a little cleaner that way. So you can reduce today. Yes. I think we're getting pretty close. Okay, so that's probably gonna take care of the Vulcan error issue. Honestly, I think any Vulcan error, probably should just do that. If any Vulcan error happens, just call it stop it permanently, and then on this side, on the thread, it's gonna update receivers and then only if it changes, it does this stuff. And so in this case, yeah, it would be fine to have a receiver that is already gone, and so it would be dead until the receivers get recreated. Another option would be to just re-add the receiver here, and I could just keep the receiver and then just delete the source. Because it gets the receiver info. Nah, I think it makes more sense to recreate it entirely, so let's just do that. Okay. So we still don't know why the actual sync object thing happens. Process. I do have these in trays, so it should show them. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's showing the points. And now OBS is also rendering that. And let's see if we can repro the hang. And now my GPU crashed again. Well, that's a good test for whether the code I just added to recreate it works. So what just happened? It did recreate it. I don't think I care about Vulkan validation errors while we lost the device. Yeah, it's just gonna fail on all the fences anyway. So it recreated it and failed to get shared handle. But I did get the texture eventually. And then the problem is that if the device is lost, we have to delete everything and restart everything. So I guess that doesn't make a lot of sense unless because each receiver doesn't have a separate Vulkan context. So, yeah, we're gonna have to redo everything. We basically have to restart the entire Spout2 PW if there's a major problem like this. Does Wine know how to like restart a service or something? I'm not sure if it does. There's a thing for restarting. I don't know if Wine supports it, but I think I'm just not gonna care. Okay. I'm just gonna delete it then. And whatever. At least, I don't think most games are gonna survive a GPU crash like that. So, I think we can afford to do this probably, and worry about recovery later. I guess one way to do it is to just have the whole exit event thing here. Yeah, I think that's one way you can do it. I can just have a like a needs restart. Yeah, I think that's one way to do it. Yeah, that should work. Something like that. And then, so this is gonna happen in update receivers, and that just does continue. Which is the wait for single object. And the other path where it updates is here. Yeah, it should be fine then. It should be doing the right thing. Little weird, but why not? Okay. So here we are. It works right now. And that's when it gets stuck. And interestingly, it gets stuck until I resize it, and then it works. Oh, no, these things are not stuck though. These things are actually still. They're not. It's not hanging this time. It's not hanging this time. What just happened? It's not rendering. not sure what just happened. Spout2 is happy, but OBS is not. Oh, dimensions mismatch. Okay, dimensions mismatch. That's not right. Okay, so that's definitely not right. So what happened here was the sender was updated. Eight 6 5 7 3. Change 1, 4002. Oh, that's interesting. So this one, it somehow got updated without recreating the texture. But it's doing it did had a fail to get shared handle from memory. That's not good. That's not right. I have to get shared handle from memory. But we did get a DMA buff here, so how is that possible? In DX to C, when we initialize the DX texture, if we don't have success, it's return false. And no change. So it somehow works, but Oh no, it's because we used both. It's because we tried all adapters, right? So this is actually expected. This is the hack to figure out what GPU is being used, and because we have more than one, treating device, Radeon, I should probably reuse the same adapter. Oh, and I probably don't want to actually close DirectX 11. Yeah, I don't want to. Okay, it does stay open. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So what I want to do is, if we have a shared texture, close it. Then, don't close DirectX. If we don't have a share handle, do nothing. Where's the cleanup code? It does close DirectX if we have a shared texture. If DX is open, same device. Then just return true. Otherwise, we're gonna close it here. Otherwise, we close it and try all the adapters again. So this should at least be a lot less messy when we resize, so you're not reopening DirectX every time. And the other tricky thing is that if the adapter ID that does come back in info, so if that ever changes, the spout sender also has to be recreated, but that's another story. So now let's see if this at least breaks a little less. So that's working there. Yeah, so and on recess it doesn't necessarily. Woo, that was. What just happened there? So it says failed to create resource, but then it actually kind of works. I'm not sure what's going on here. I would like some debug prints in Spout. We're doing the log file. How can I get some logs? So it does fail sometimes. Yeah, it fails on the NVIDIA, which makes sense. Oh, I get it, because all those prints only happen on the it does print NVIDIA. Okay, so here's an NVIDIA print. And here's another AMD. So wait, is the source thing using NVIDIA or AMD? Because that's an interesting question. And it might explain why some of this is not working if we are crossing devices. But that used to not work. Okay, how do I get some logs in here? Can I use spout log error and stuff like that? Does this work? Actually, I can do something silly. I can just tail the file and run that, and maybe it'll actually show in line. Yeah, okay, so it works even though it says it failed here, so I'm not sure what's going on. And that can just be put in here. Let's use notice. 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 I have a home partition on local NAS server. Not my home, but I have a... I have a home in the NAS, but it's not my actual local home. Okay, so what happened here? Let's make sure that actually works. It's... So, when it recreates it, it's doing a... So here it failed to import the texture. Then it updates the receiver again, trying importing that one, okay. Carrying adapter 0, that's the AMD. And then it succeeds, so I don't know what's going on with the open shared resource for the create resource. So OpenDX11 share handle is... So it, like, it works, but it doesn't work? What? Is there a, is there something that's doing like a... Wait, DXVK memory allocator, open shared resource? That's some kind of DXVK thing. Proton. For image, for memory, so it's even a different version of DXVK. Open shared resource. So yeah, we're on a different version, I guess. What Git version is this? Okay, so it is DXVK. Let's just clone this, I guess. Okay, here's memory. And I guess it makes sense if it's trying to import a memory. Init KMT handles. Oh, that's just a warning. Okay, so... I think it might just be normal. Maybe that's just because open shared resource. Failed to query resource. Open shared resource, okay. Okay, that's why, because that's trying, that's why, okay. It's because that's trying the new wine stuff, and this is Proton. That makes sense. Okay, so that's normal. That is fine. So then, why is it, breaking? Okay, so it has nothing to do with that. Let's go with that. So I'm curious why it reinitialized stuff, because it probably failed once, then tried the other GPU, right? Sometimes. Yeah, okay, so what happens is, for example, it, yeah, it tries to, update the receiver. Yeah, so it updates the receiver. It tries to import into a new, into the same adapter. It fails. Or no, it doesn't. So that one succeeded. So now it's good. And then, after that, it tries to import it into existing. But then why are we already... Huh? I feel like there's something really weird going on here. So it doesn't do existing, and then it fails. So this one actually failed, and then it retries without adapters. And then it tries adapter 1. And so then all of them failed. And on the next update, it tries all of them again. So on the first one, tries the Radeon. Is this the same share handle? Yeah, it's number 2. No, the previous one was 6. And then it updates on 2 again. And then it works. Okay, yeah. So the only thing is that I don't think the GPU can change for the same sender under any reasonable set of conditions. So, unless it's... I guess unless it dies and just leaves the sender hanging. Yeah, I guess we can keep this logic the same. So now what about OBS? What's going on with OBS? I think OBS is already hung. Yeah. So let's try that again and see if we hang it and see if we figure out how we hang it. Oh, paused? Oh, okay, so now something crashed. It died in D3D11, great. H fault? Memory allocation failed. Memory allocation failed? Log texture stuff is here, right? Yeah, that is here. I don't know if this like this kind of looks like it's not my bug, but yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Does not look like it's my bug though. In any case, the OBS hang is not happening anymore. So... Oh, what just happened now? That... Dimensions mismatch. Okay, that problem again. Okay, so there's definitely a problem here. So I guess what can happen is that the Cinder recreates the texture, ends up with the same texture handle, because we haven't imported it yet, and then updates the dimensions. And so then, this is why Spout2 is not a great technology, because it's really racy and really messy. So I guess we actually have to check the dimensions. If the dimensions change, we need to re-import. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same thing that causes the memory allocation failure. Seven 768-449 changed one, and it did the import. And then what happens after is, no, 768-449 still the same. 769-455. So it only does its size if the import succeeded. Right, so the source gets, the info gets updated kind of asynchronously. And then it's supposed to, request an update. I guess add more prints here. Otherwise, stop the stream, I guess we need to do that. I guess let's do that then. Okay. Okay, there's a mismatch. There's that. Yeah, so what happens here is that the... first of all, there's a race because we are not logging the mutics when we check source info. So let's add that separately to here. So these are the configured width and height. But that's not the problem though, because that should be fixed later. So what happens here is it mismatches because it got updated. So there's a little race there. Okay, fine. But update flags too. And that ends up recreating the buffers. So it re-adds the buffers with the new dimensions. And what it got was... $684 by $377. 684377. And then what happened? It was fine for a while. 6991 by 379. And it got an update with no facts. Does that mean that the dimensions change without the texture changing? Okay, I think it is what I think it is. Yeah, so what happened is that the previous update had 684377 handle 46. And this is 42. Six nine one by 39379. No, hold on. Six eight four three seven seven recreates the buffers. Handle 6. Six nine one three seven nine. Handle 2. Why did that not recreate the texture? Changed 1. It somehow missed an update. So here it gets updates flags too. And then, is it updating like twice in a row? And then, nah, possibly. Update text 2. Run source. Yeah, it's like there's no update. There's no update, and it's like it missed an update entirely because this is the one that had the changed 1. It somehow missed an update, and then this actually created an update. Huh? Is there a weird race here? Hold on. It only goes. Oh, it only goes when the flags are different. But if this. Oh, okay. Okay. This check is just silly. This does not make any sense. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. If the flags are receiver texture updated and receiver texture okay, there's a problem. That is one problem. Okay. If receiver texture updated, yeah, actually, if any flags are set, just update the source. Actually, if they're changed or... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. If they're changed or new info has a new texture. That's the bug. Okay. So that will fix the issue where it just doesn't work anymore. Okay, now what? Okay, now I just died. Internal... Oh, interesting. Okay. Try to import image with inconsistent width and... Yeah, so I don't think there's a way to fix this. This is just a horrible race. Actually, I think there's a way to fix this. It's just really ugly. The problem is that there's a race condition with the imports and the memory. And I think... Yeah, we're gonna have to do something really evil here. So, we do get receiver info. What's actually happening in Spout... Okay, that just opens the shared resource with no... okay, so this is probably okay. The bug here happened in my code on the Vulkan side. If so, I know what to do. Image with inconsistent width on graphics 10. This Titan Wine Vulkan, though. No, I don't think I can fix this that easy. This is a DXVK bug, I think. Yeah, this is so ugly. So basically what happened here is that I think it queried the dimensions of the texture, and then yeah, it does get shared metadata where it grabs all this stuff. I don't know if I can fix this. This is basically a DXVK bug. Yeah, that's the problem. There's a race in DXVK. I can fix it, but I need this OpenKMT handle thing. And it's gonna be really ugly. Okay, I can probably work around this. I basically need to decouple this NDX texture from the other stuff. Essentially, the problem is I need to run this operation, open shared resource, and then I need to only create the texture after that happens. Well, I can probably yeah, let's just do it like that, okay. Spout2. Get sender info to see update DX texture. The only reason we have that is a cute mutex anyway, so but yeah, I guess we can just do it like this. So then the init DX texture, instead of calling it here, now actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put the share handle stuff here as a workaround. Now, no, I guess I can try. Okay, hold on. Let's do this like this. Okay. Fine. We can make this work somehow. Get sender info, get shared info, get all this stuff. Change false. If the share handle changed, then we return change true. And then you have to call the info is passed, so that needs to be updated. So we can have return this in the adapter info. Actually, no, I have another idea. This is really silly. What I can do... No, actually, no, it does have to be separate. Fine. Let's just pass the info and do it separately. It's really ugly, but... If the share handle changed, then the return changed. So we take the new sender info here also. And last share handle is being set there, so we don't set it. So if the texture changed, then do that, and then in this part, I can probably close the existing texture anyway. Yeah, so let's do it like that. When the info changes, we grab the critical section and just free the texture. And then we just set that share handle to 0. Because we just deleted the texture, so any texture is going to be an update this time. And then in update the X texture, we check the Yeah, we just take the info. Okay, so in this case, init dx texture. If no success, return false. Otherwise, set the share handle and the adapter ID. This is really ugly, and I hate it, but it's the only idea I have right now. Okay, so what this means is if we succeed in importing the mem handle here, then what I want to do is get sender info again. What's the share handle? It's a handle, okay. So you grab the old handle. If that fails, or info.share handle does not equal the handle, then we failed. We return invalid and return. And then instead of just checking for info changed, we actually want to set a flag somewhere. In receiver, it needs to have like a pending update. Force update. Yeah, so if candy handle fails, receiver force update equals true. Actually, always do that if we have a changed. And then only when we succeed here, set to false. And actually do this info stuff at the end because all of that might have changed. So if it's invalid, just whatever. That will force an update, and then so it's going to do all this stuff to try to get the next texture. But actually, once we have the mem handle, we can just do the update. So that should fix the race. We want to call this here. And in these cases, we want to just close the mem handle. Do we want to close the mem handle? Yeah, that's fine. If there's another race, there's another race. So, share handle open failed. And then, yeah, if it changes, long to handle? I guess this has to be long. Yeah, there's a handle to long, so we can just use that. Okay. That did not work. And then this has to go into the def file. Oh, okay. Maybe I worked around the bug. Let's see if I get lucky. Sorry, no, yes. And besides, looks a lot better than before. Looks a lot better than before. Looks a lot better than before. And my GPU just crashed. Okay. Let's see if it recovers. That's another thing I was wondering. But the GPU crash, that could be anyone's fault. So, okay, what just happened? What just happened here? So OBS got stuck for a while. Then we lost the context. And what happened? Yeah, okay, it did the fatal error. Yep. Missing a new line. Restarting service due to error, and it just stops everything. Shuts down everything, starts it up again. And then it crashed. So almost, the thread, it died from the sender names thread on a null pointer. Yeah, that one just died. OBS survived, which is kind of impressive. It had a ring timeout. Yeah. Not sure what that was about, but it's definitely working a lot better than before, though. So I think this is probably good enough. The new shared texture stuff in Wine is probably going to fix a lot of these problems. So at least, I would like to fix that restart, though. Update receiver, add receiver. Sender names thread. Oh, is it because Spout2 got deinitialized? Oh yeah, of course. I need to be here. Of course. That's why that died. Okay. So, Wine, Spout, resizing. Oh, okay. Wine is not Wine. What was that? Whoa, what just happened? It's streaming, but somehow we lost OBS. It's like just blank. Interesting. Is it OBS that is broken, or... No, the sender is broken. Could that be a bug in just the demo app? That could be a bug in the demo app. Okay, so now it works. Oh, okay, so it died there when it did that restart there. Do I still have a... So here it fails to import the texture, which already means there's a problem. And then it tries again. And the second time it works. It gets the DMA buff and all that. Okay, that's let's print this here. Handle opened. Let's add some prints in here. Trace. Handle too long. Share handle. And let's turn off pipewire debug. Also, we haven't seen the OBS hang anymore, so I think whatever was going on there is fixed, which is good. Either that or it was a very rare thing. But it might just be because it was 0.0 that it was confused. So, okay. Sometimes it shows a weird thing, which is not good. Okay. Oh, that broke. So on the creation here, it does, it gets an extender, opens the share handle. I guess I probably should check that it can open the Unix resource also here. Yeah, because here it actually opened the share handle, but then it failed to get the shared resource info. And then it tries all adapters and it doesn't work. All adapters failed to import. So because the texture is embedded, it stops the stream. And then it gets a new share handle. Which does work. And it goes back to streaming. So as far as this is concerned, everything worked. So the other thing is that it doesn't actually make any sense to try all the adapters on recreation because if the texture ever moves to a different GPU, it will also if it fails, like if it somehow moved to a different GPU, then also we'd have to recreate the stream on the Pipewire side eventually. So let's not do that. Let's just return false here. Okay, another GPU reset. Another GPU reset. So here goes the streaming. It gets stuck because the GPU reset probably. Then it should yeah, it loses the context. And it says it's my fault apparently. So that's another interesting thing. That normally would be like a fault, which would mean the texture is bad. So this is a little bit important. I think this might be a race with the FD and the dimensions. When we get a new file descriptor, You have to import the texture. And that's using source info width and info height. Is this locked? Yes, we should be locked here. So the import should be right. Let's add a trace on here then. Another fault. For one, I'm leaking file descriptors for sure, because I can see the FDs there. I wonder where I'm leaking those. But besides that... So I imported something here. And then... it got another DMA buff FD. And another one. And at this point it was stuck. And then it died in... Actually, no, it ran iterate. Oh yeah, because the previous... Okay, the previous submission died. So, so the previous iteration did an update on an import on that FD. Oh, wait, hold on. The dimensions... We do check them. We do update them, so it should be using the right dimensions. And then it gets a much smaller thing. It does import it and... Updating receiver. Let's do an info on dimensions mismatch. It's not info. What's the... Oh, that's fine in trays. So we didn't get the mismatch, right? In run source. We just got DQing. And then nothing. It did log a texture. Yeah, I don't really see anything wrong here. It's printed the texture free in here. Oh, okay, something went wrong there. Oh, I just realized something. I can't free the texture until I wait for everything to be done. But I actually am waiting for things to be done here. I do a wait for idols, so actually that should be fine. Unless there's a reason like an error path. Yeah, nothing should really, there's not really any path here where it could fail. Other than that this could be, yeah, no, it's actually right. So, mm, let's see if I can kind of catch where it fails. Okay, so somewhere around there. There's not really anything in the log that says there's a problem. I don't get it. Could be a bug in the graphics driver for all I know. I don't know. It just stops working and doesn't even crash. It just doesn't work anymore. Like, OBS gets buffers, they're just empty. It's like it just doesn't work. No. And it doesn't even wedge this time. Yeah, like what's that? It just stops. Okay, let me see if I can just do it pixel by pixel and see when it fails. Now, it has to be rated to erase, right? Like, when I do it too fast? it's not doing it. Oh, okay. This time it actually faulted the context again. Okay, so maybe this will give me some hint as to what exactly happened. So it was copying happily, and then it gets a 655 by 467. Imports it fine. Yeah, so it's 2 in a row then, right? It did 655 by 467. And then it gets another change. And another change. Okay, so we're using resource number 2. Oh, and then it ends up on 2 again. Because we recreated the texture. Hold on. So first it gets one update for texture at 2. And that works fine. Then it gets one for 6. And that works fine. Then it gets one for 2 again. Meanwhile, the actual sender loop run source. It didn't update on the 2. And I want to say already is crashing there. Actually, no. It's doing an iterate. So, it's probably stuck at the end. Okay, I need more prints here. DQing, and I need like a submitting thing. and queuing. And wait for idle. And unlock. But this is Fedora. Okay, so when it dies like that, it just dies. So we have to keep trying until it actually crashes the GPU, and then it'll be a little more obvious. I guess it can die in a way where it just... Oh, there we go. Okay, so what now? So what actually happened there is... Let's see. It was happy, and then we have an update at 708 times 720. It opens the share handle. Gets an FD. It's doing the import. DQ, submits and queue, wait for idle. And then it has another texture. And it's just stuck at that point. So here it already crashed. Here it already crashed. So, is this like a driver bug? It could be. So one possible thing we can try to do is keep the FD around after the import. There's a co-exec thing we can do. Oh, I just realized. No, that doesn't make sense. We don't close the FD except here. And don't clear it there. And so then we keep this around. And we don't want to actually close that until the update goes through. Let's call it current FD. Because as far as I know, the FD stuff in Vulkan takes ownership. Yeah, it transfers ownership. So it should not ever be getting closed. Unless someone is closing my FD. Right, I don't think I have any closed for the FD here, so... Oh, just in case, let's try doing that. I guess I can just transfer it, actually. Why am I even doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Just keep one around for the memory. D-1, return. Okay, and then if on close, we just want to close the current FD on error. And I guess this should be on free texture or whatever. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But let's see if it makes... yeah, nope. Nope, still doing that. Still doing that. Oh, okay. Now at least it crashed. Is it possible it's just because I'm importing too many things? Because I think I'm leaking something. So here's where it crashes. So here's one run that worked fine, right? Then it gets an update, frees the texture, DQs, gets all the buffer stuff. And all this worked fine. And then waits for idle. And after it waits for idle, it's getting another receiver pull. Opens another share handle. And by then it's already crashed. So I don't really know what's going on. It might be a bug in the spout stuff. Where it can, like, not synchronize the shared memory and it ends up with a different size. That would explain it. But we saw the AMD driver complaining about that, though, when that was happening, so... So let's see what if these are leaking, because we're definitely leaking something. That might be a clue. So we have some sync files and some sync objects. Oh, I already died. 166 at DMA buff. Okay, so we're leaking sync objects. Okay, that I could believe that. That's and apparently more things actually. Some weird wine stuff. Okay, I need to take a very quick break. I'll be right back. But this is a little sus that there is some kind of shared thing being leaked, and then the sync object is a lib funnel bug. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's look at the sync objects, which are probably my leaks, but I'm not sure. At least I'm not leaking DMA buffs, because that's the only one right there. And this wine stuff. Actually, you know what? No, it's not my sync object because I only leak like one every time. And I create a bunch of them, so it can't be my sync objects. It might be that we are leaking Vulkan objects in memory. So it should not be a lib funnel. Actually, we can check real quick if lib funnel does it with the actual lib funnel demo. Yeah, no, it's not the funnel leaking anything. Which means it's either wine or this code here. Now, if we're leaking sync objects, it has to be in the only thing that gets recreated, which is import texture. And what's going on here is create image, allocate memory, bind image memory. Do I need to undo a bind? I don't think you need to do that. So... No, that's just... the command buffer is not recreated, so... Yeah, I don't know what that is. It might be another DXVK bug. But, share texture, we do a release there. I don't think I'm leaking anything here. It might just be a DXVK bug. Let's do a thing. Let's do a trace. That's no, but I can't see sync objects well with a trace. I might just leave this for later because I don't know what that is. And the wine story there, the wine things. What are those? Temp map. And it has like sync files and sync objects left over. So for wine, what is this temp map thing? So this is a make temp file thing, which gets called for FD. Create temp file. Shared FD. I think it's this wine server request that's happening in here. Because then it does another IO control, gets a Unix resource. What's actually going on here? And I probably need generic all there also. What's this wine server pointer handle? I think there's something that's getting leaked here. Oh, this is interesting. There's a cached FD thing going on here for a handle. Is it possible that the FD is getting, like, replaced at some point? Like, there's a race here somehow. But it should... It has those, like, cacheable settings and stuff. Okay, this is... Okay, I'm going to do a full S-trace, even though that's going to be extremely slow, and see if it makes any sense. And that's gonna take forever. Okay. Either way, I think let's set a limit. If by 8 p.m. this is not solved, we are moving on to the like packaging, so I can actually get the because get this released because I don't want to spend the whole day on the resize bug. And I am definitely releasing it today. Pretty sure we're not doing this today. Okay, so let's see. Whatever's going on there is leaking FDs. And it already broke. Let's check the... That... So, for example, FD 174, or 172 even, where did that come from? That's a huge file. I actually closed it, so something was keeping track of it. Or, wait, why is it closing thousands? That doesn't make sense. Oh, that's, wait, anti-sync? What? No, it's not. Huh? Okay, let's try one of the other ones. 145. Oh wait, this has multiple processes, which is not. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start this without S-trace, and then after it's already started, do an S-trace of just the Spout2 PW. Oh. Rock. So on after we have some of the leaks, for example 177, or even some before. Let's do 160. Look for that. Okay, so it's a dup. It does a lot of dups. Okay, let's go from the end. So it sets it to cloac. Okay, it received it from one server. Sets it to cloacsec. Does an mmap. And then it's creating a sync object, which is probably the one that's leaking. Receives another one. And then this one is getting imported. Received 163. Does a dup. FD to handle. And then destroy. So 163 is the sync object. So I guess Wine uses sync objects. Probably DXVK. But it has to come from Wine server, so what is that? Def, Proton, so this Wine server stuff, it's receiving an FD. DXVK doesn't have that. Search and Wine. So Vulcan is doing some stuff here. To FD. Get shared resource FD, yes. So there's a semaphore going on here. There's a fence shared memory going on. And then it imports the FD. So, so this is what is leaking. And it does an unmap VOP section, but I guess it's leaving the FD to leak. It maps this to here. Oh, is this because it's failing on the old one? It's imports a semaphore. Yeah, so imported the semaphore, and that would be Vulcan closing it here. Yeah, so the DMA buff is not getting leaked. The sync object is. This is calling import sim for winter and candle. It could just be the XVK. I think this is this error path here, where it's trying probably to do the regular import. I think it's because of this one, right? It's trying the... Open shared resource. So here's the sync handle. It's trying to get... I want to see what that error message is. That error message is... What? Failed to get shared handle from memory. Failed to query a resource. Okay. So there's this create image resource. And that is printing failed to get shared handle from memory. It's a get memory 132 handle KHR, and the path there was... Wait, isn't... there's two things here. The XPK memory allocator, and then... So first, failed to create a resource, and then failed to get shared handle. Okay, so... So this is trying to do a, Right, so it fails on the proper texture. Then what's going on with this? Failed to get share handle from area. That sounds weird. Because by the time it gets here, it's already trying to do the old shared GPU resource thing. Yeah, so this is trying to do the legacy, which is fine. And that... It opens the KMT handle. Tries to get the metadata. Which I'm guessing is that shared memory thing? Get metadata. So a bunch of stuff happens, and then eventually it gets to here. Oh, it's here, actually. This is the print. Hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, it prints at the end. Okay, so when it creates an image resource, it does a D3D texture 2D. Okay, common texture. There's a shared handle here. Normal lines. Okay, so this is calling open KMT handle. And this is calling import image, which is where? In like a common implementation, import image. That is called DXVK image. I think this is just going through the wine implementation at this point. I think this is going through wine. It's too hard to trace this leak, but I think I'm just gonna give up on this. Hold on, proton should be in proton. Dev, spout, proton. Cute mutex stuff. So going back to the log, what's happening with the sync object is it dumps to 165, FD to handle, and then closes it. So the original sync object came in from the wine server and it got ignored. Yeah, so create keep mutex. On the import, it takes a device memory. It does handle the FD. Yeah, so like handle 0, SEM handle 1. SEM is the FD. So it did it's 160 and 163, right? And I think it says that these are not closed here. That's pretty much all. Like the FD is not closed because the driver owns it, but this operation creates an owned FD, so you still have to close the same handle, and it's not closing it after it gets it. So, yeah, I think the leak is here. It should be closing these. And similarly, the map, yeah, that section handle doesn't go anywhere, so that's the leak. It's just a bug in wine. So, but that's not what's causing the problem. So I don't know. I just give up. I was just gonna say resizing is a little dodgy. All right. Well, yeah, we're just gonna I mean, I guess one thing we could try is just like synchronize a little when we import, I guess, a new... Yeah, you know, I hate this, but this might actually work. How do I sleep like a few milliseconds? It might literally just be that there is some kind of race going on here. But at this point, I think the problem is, I guess that would be milliseconds, right? Yeah. Nah, it still breaks. Still breaks. But at this point, I think this is just a wine bug somewhere because the code is pretty jank. The old version, the legacy Proton thing. I do need to add support for the new one at some point. Oh, now it crashed. Let's see what... Let's see how it crashed. Okay. So what we got is... update, wait for idle. Iterate. Nah, I don't think there's much more for me to look at here. I could try S-Trace and see if I can catch the crash, but that didn't help at all. Okay. That's first of all, before any of that, make sure this works on NVIDIA. So if you run OBS on NVIDIA, and run all of this on NVIDIA. That's not working. That's not good. What device did we end up on? NVIDIA. Yeah, it's all on NVIDIA. Is OBS on NVIDIA? OBS is confused. OBS is on... Oh, no, okay, this needs the other thing, right. That. OBS needs that one. Because we know importing into NVIDIA doesn't work, so that's expected. That did not work. Why? It says NVIDIA now. Still not negotiating? Oh, input output error. Okay, use buffers. I guess trace a bit more. Okay, now it works. So I was just a little confused about the previous situation, I guess. Oh, now it really died real quick. Huh. Okay, there's a... Oh, okay. Complaints about allocate memory, allocation size. Oh, okay. What's going on here? It does not like... It wants an allocation size. Interesting. I guess that just has to be 0 then. probably. Because this is an opaque import. Oh, that did not like it. Wait, what? Huh? Is standard input missing, or is this actually going to FD0? That doesn't sound right. It might be though. Let's just try 2. Okay, yeah, that's just unrelated. It does not like allocation size 0. I said this to 2 just in case. So that one works. That one works, but then the on recess. Oh, so is this the raise? Is the raise related to allocation size? Yeah, now it's not complaining. Interesting. Interesting! What is this? Okay, so now it complains. Sometimes. How can it even check this? Because is there sideband somewhere in... No, not in Vine. How could it know? Okay, no, this is actually interesting now. Because the Radeon driver was not complaining about this. Allocation info, allocation size, memory type index. Okay, hold on. I think I am doing something different here. Memory, okay. I might need to get some metadata somewhere. That's a little more annoying. But does it only happen when I resize? Does it never happen on original startup? That's weird. That doesn't sound like it's just... No, that does not make sense. I think something is going on. Like, look, this time... It imported fine. Oh, interesting. So here's failed to get shared resource info. So I actually got the share handle, and then it failed to get the shared resource info. So what is that doing? Okay, that's the get shared metadata thing. And at that point, it does have an empty handle, so it should have, I guess we can just call this, the question is, why would that fail? Because we have a handle that is valid now. Get metadata. It doesn't have metadata. And it failed with what error? It failed with a I failed to create a resource. 6. I said I was gonna do something else, and now I'm stuck because this is different. It's freaking in a different way. Hit shared metadata. So who does set the metadata? Does that happen when it's created or so export image info. What does Spout do? Spout does when it creates a share handle, create the XM staging texture, not staging it, create the XM texture. Usage default. Okay, for the shared texture, it's doing it sets it as shared and and then it calls create shared handle. Yeah, so at that point the texture is already exported, and shared handle, that just returns the handle. Okay, no, it doesn't get memory Win32 handle. So the texture can exist and not have a handle yet. But once it has a handle, the texture definitely exists. It could be destroyed and recreated and not have metadata yet? Would that make sense? Yeah, okay, it does make sense because it could be destroying a texture and then in the process of creating it we have the old handle still. Okay, so in theory then, that one should be kind of fixable with a sleeve in the right place, which would be here. Because at this point, the share handle should be fixed. So if it is creating a new share handle, yeah, okay, let's do a sleep here. Oh, it still broke. Okay. But how? I mean, it's still... I guess it still can break? I'm not sure. Yeah, so it does work until that happened. It was fine, and yes, it's complaining about the change. It imported correctly as 183, and that was fine. And then it changes again to 6. And it actually works that time. Let's print the allocation size in here. also get the FD, F-Seek. Hold on. And L-Seek. How did that work for FDs? I forgot. Okay, it's returns. LC returns that. So, it's off T. That might give some hints. Because you're supposed to be able to get the size of a DMA buff like that. So this time it died. Oh, bites -1. That's not good. I guess this does not work in NVIDIA. Great. Very NVIDIA. Okay, how does the validation layer even do this? Whatever it's doing to get that information is what I need to do to see if it's correct. Get opaque info from FD handle. Uh-huh. What is that? What is that magic? I would like to know what that is. how could it possibly know that it came... How is this possible? VK get memory FTK char, okay. So then that's... No, but that's for export, but we're not exporting though. Is it because we're using a file descriptor somehow? That sounds like it cannot be reliable. How could it track an FD when it doesn't know where it comes from? And I'm even duping it. If I change my code here to always use a big number, okay, so then that doesn't happen anymore. So I think that's just a validation layer bug. But it doesn't change. It's not actually the problem. I think I'm just gonna leave this little hack for the resizing and like basically as long as you don't play around with resizing really slowly, I think it pretty much always works. Or not. Why? I don't understand how it just breaks forever. Is it breaking on the center side? It might. I mean, it mostly works. It might be that it's breaking on the center side. If I just disable this debug, there's no errors or anything I'm missing, right? How about spout log? Am I looking at spout log here? I'm not sure. Oh, it is printing the spout log to standard output, so I don't... It is sorry to that. Oh. Existing... Yeah, okay. Huh? Hold on, what? It's like not importing every time? Oh, that's weird. Okay, no, there's a bug there. The texture import is not actually... Yeah, something's not right. Okay, so it is catching the log. Getting dinner. I don't know. Anything works. Wait, now it's not doing that? I'm so confused. How does it just not do it sometimes? Is this just logging that is broken? It might just be that logging is broken. Because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think I just give up on this. I think this is a weird race or something. Probably involves the XVK and wine. Hopefully will be fixed with the new Wine 11 stuff. I think in the meantime, we're just gonna survive. And I guess let's disable the validation layer for Enabled layer count. I guess I want an environment variable here or something like that. Let's just say if it's set to anything that is not empty. Yes, this is a little better. Static bool get flag. I really wonder if the bug is possibly just in the sender. But anyway, let's just commit this stuff. Status. Oh, this horrible stuff. DX open. I guess I don't need those things anymore. Okay, we can undo that one. And this should be for the dead stuff. Let's fix up for this one. So there's that. I think we can pretty much do this now. Looks like the sync object stuff is mostly okay. Did I make any changes to OBS? I don't think so. Yeah, the texture width and height one. But other than that, just debugs. At least the OBS sync point stuff didn't break anymore. So then, about lip funnel. I can just push. Okay, that's. So about VTube Studio, since that should be set up now. Let's just do a test and see if that's at least working reasonably with VTube Studio. Yeah, convenience is okay. Okay, so VTube Studio. Okay, app. Do that. If the resize doesn't break now, that'll be interesting. Maybe the bug was in the sender. But there's also the issue with the faults on AMD that I really don't understand. That did not work. Or is it just the connection? It's the connection. Oh, no, that's... Oh, right, this is not NVIDIA. Let's try AMD. No. Ah, yes, okay. Still slow. Why is it so slow? Is my FPS set silly? No. What's going on? Why is it so slow? Huh? Why is OBS using infinite CPU time? Huh? Hmm? Why is it creating an icon? What thread is that? All of them? I'm so confused. What? Oh, LVM pipe. Okay, that would explain that. How did we end up on an LVM pipe? How did we end up on an LVM pipe? Oh, because I have prime 1. Okay. Yeah, that's not right. Okay, no. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's working fine. So, resizing. It works. Mostly. Sometimes. It does break the same way as before? No, this time it actually stopped. Wine kind error. Run source, no buffer. Oh, because the sender went away and then came back. Okay. So that's fine. That bad file descriptor is not fine. Did it just disconnect? Let's also change the delay to a little less. And now it's stuck on I don't even know what. Oh, OBS is stuck. Oh, is this the sync point again? Yeah, something in OBS. Okay, let's see if I can figure out what happened there. Not bad. Mostly seems to be working. Okay. If I stop the sender, it does come back. Yeah, it does seem to come back fine. That file descriptor though is a little sus. Read bad file descriptor? but it's not called anywhere. Maybe it's a different version of wine? Yeah, I don't know where that even comes from. Oh, is it server protocol error? These. Okay, it's these. Read reply data. I mean, that sounds like a thread just exiting. So, that doesn't sound that wrong. Yeah, that doesn't sound that bad. I think this is good enough to be releasable. Okay, this time it broke. Oh, okay, OBS is stuck now. Where's OBS stuck? Not anywhere, apparently. Okay, so where is OBS stuck? It doesn't look like sync points. Unless it's that... oh, wait, no, 0. Wait, oh, whoa. Where did the 0 come from? It was supposed to be 1. That's the bug again. Huh? No, that's my fault somewhere. That has to be... That's something weird. Is it possible it somehow thinks there's no back and sync? And then the other side thinks there is? (9E0) is one buffer that did exist before, but the sync points should not be 0. That's really sus. So to debug that, I need to turn on tracing here. Not again. Let's just print these as error so that it knows. Actually, no. I want to ninja that. This time it actually just died. It just died. Logged in 398, locked by 394. I have no idea what that's about. How is everything just really glitchy now? Receiver thread exiting for VTube Studio Spout. Yeah, so it did return, and then what's stuck? What's this critical section business? In loader section? What? I can try doing the wine GDB thing. I'm not sure. Run and prefix. Do I have a game ID on this one? No. So just I think this doesn't actually work. Yeah, it doesn't work because of all the pressure vessel stuff. No. Okay, let's try that again. And of course now it's gonna work and not die. What just happened? It died. Okay. It died. Same way. Oh yeah, this is silly. I guess let's put it here. So now I have a use after free in the print, but kind of hoping that doesn't crash. Okay, it does die when you restart the source a lot. Yeah, this bad file descriptor thing is not good. It looks like it dies when it's free in receiver. Yeah, that bad file descriptor thing doesn't sound good. But it might be a bug in cause access mutex and frame count. Oh wait, hold on. Am I calling this twice? That doesn't make sense. That could be not good. Yeah? Yeah.
Real sushi.
Thank you.
And we'll eat together.
There's still weird bugs. I think I'm just gonna give up and release it. I mean, I think people want to use this, and I'm just kind of torturing this by resizing the window a million times, and I don't think most people are gonna do that, so... yeah,
So you're almost done.
Hmm?
Are you almost done?
I need to, like, actually release it now. And write, like, a script and documentation. But...
Documentation?
Oh, yeah!
What do you
Like
mean?
a readme. I need to write a readme.
You write documentations?
Well, otherwise how are people gonna use it?
Yeah.
Hmm?
大きなイチゴ。
Oh, でかい。
ね。
すごいね。If I turn it off and on.
Ah, これも。
Yeah, it still does that.
見て。
あ Oh!
やばいの。
やばいね。Yeah, that bad file descriptor thing does not sound good. Let me just do a quick, trace. Oh, it's the server saying bad file descriptor? Oh no, it is here. Wait, why did it not? Huh? It's supposed to be capturing the larger strings. Okay, so it's that file descriptor on 0? What? That does not sound right either. It's actually doing a close 0? No, that's not right. That is something weird. Audio control resumed? Anti-sync. Oh, it is getting a 0 socket there, and then it closes it. But that's the weird thing where I don't know who closes 0, but that does not sound right. I think something is closing 0 and it really shouldn't. Well, Spout locked something. Spout locked something is... Oh, no. Spout is definitely doing something very wrong here. It cannot possibly be closing 0 right before... Or can it? No, it might, because it just opened 0 for... Yeah, it really is receiving from the server 0. Okay, so it's not that. So why is that? No, I don't buy that. Something is closing FD0 when it shouldn't. Did I forget to initialize an FD variable somewhere? Oh, this. I bet I'm not initializing those right somewhere. I am, though. Here. But no, I definitely am doing some kind of something wrong. Okay, this is wrong. Look. This thread receives FD0. And it's already closed by this thread, which is doing it's closing a bunch of things and exiting. So by this point, 0 is an invalid file descriptor. Here's a close 0. I need to see which is the first thing that closes 0. First of all, this needs to be initialized. It probably is not being initialized, right? I think it's probably just this one. Yeah. So let's get this next one. And I guess this is the one that has to come. Yeah, it's this is the one that is closing 0. Okay. I think that should fix it. Yeah.
You want more? But I don't have soy sauce.
It's fine. Why is this? Is it off? Why is it off? Now it didn't work? Texture import failed. Huh. Mm. Mm.
You need more? I have only
Mm.
less.
I am okay.
You don't want anything?
I'm good. Mm.
You want strawberries?
Ah, no, I'm good. So I got 108, creating source. Oh wait, no, this is not supposed to do that because that's killing the initial update. So we don't need that there. We do need current FD to be -1 there. And here in creating source, this does return the right info with -1 if it's gone, so that's good. I think that should be fine then. Okay, now it doesn't print that error anymore, so I think we're good. That was just weird. Oh, but it's crashed. Yeah, this time it just crashed. On freeing texture. Cancel final stream stuff. Okay, so this actually just gave me an abort crash. Maybe that has some traceback that is actually useful. Does not have a backtrace. Sec fault. There's a list. No backtrace. Does the message tell me where it crashed? Oh, this is interesting. I think that was a while back, but interesting failures there. At least the FD was open, so we know we're not closing it by accident anymore. Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything. I could run it with no runtime. And it might work a little better. I mean, it mostly works. It's really hard to get it to crash. Okay, if it's arriving this far, I think I'm just gonna release this. So, alright. I think we can just go for it. Alright. Let me make sure everything's committed and fixed. I don't mind. I'm good. You eat it. I'm good. I need some water. And now in the funnel, what happened? Just that. Okay, yeah. I think we can pretty much push this and actually work on releasing this. So push. It's good enough for now. So now I want to write a script that actually does the install and does this all nicely. So first let me ninja install this so it creates the package. And then in here, let's see how I want to do this. So I actually had some version of a launcher script that I forgot where I was doing this. I was where was this? Apparently not here. Where did I put this? Maybe it was in another. Okay. Another bath?
ダメですか？
ダメじゃないけど。I forgot where is the script I was making for this. Where did I put that? Is it this one? It might be this one. Oh, it's here. Okay, it's in. Yeah, that's where I put it. Okay. That's where that was. So this is a script that I started writing. And I'm gonna use this as a baseline for setting it up, but it's gonna be different. So first thing I need to do is have a way of showing a graphical message box. So we can actually make this user-friendly. And there is a thing Steam uses for that. And we can assume that the same thing is going to be around pretty likely. Yes, show a message. This is the thing, right? Is there a Zenity in the runtime? Yeah, it is in the runtime. Okay. So we can probably assume that if this exists, we can use it. And we can just say yeah, that should work. So let's say show info info warning error. Otherwise, intra-key dialogue, so there's sorry, there's no warning, I guess. All updates are complete. What? Okay, you can use title and yeah, okay. dog. Yeah, it works like that. Otherwise, I'll just go with the console. Let's do it like this. So now we should have some nice message boxes we can use. Where am I? Let's go to... Yeah, that works. Okay. So we get that. And we're gonna use this as a launcher that you prefix to the verb, right? So, I don't know what Steam actually does. That's one thing I need to find out. I guess we might as well do that now. So it makes sense. So if there is no verb, how does this work with multi-line? Can I do multi-line? I can. Okay, good. Does K dialogue do it? It does. Good. Can I literally do that? That'd be nice if I can just do that. It's a little nicer. No, 91. Uh-huh. So remember how I said there was an issue with Vinyan and there was a memory leak? And I suspected that it affected every Unity app, just some worse than others. Yeah, VTube Studio on my stream machine just ate up all my RAM and crashed everything. It's not just Vinyan. Huh. Let me just do some stuff for you real quick. Okay. And it's never done that before, so I don't think it was a slow leak. I think it was the same thing that Vinyan has. Oh well, back to that. How much RAM do I have? 32 gigabytes in this one. Okay. Can I make it a little wider? That would be nice. You can set the width. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, let's see what happens with Steam. Might as well try it. Okay, I'm a little scared that Steam is gonna show something weird. Hopefully not, but just give me a second. Library. It's probably fine. Yeah. And this launcher is where? here. Probably don't want the Steam overlay. And then it runs the VC redist. Okay, there we go. So it oh, it didn't show anything? It's not command %? Oh, that's confusing. That doesn't work? It is command, right? I thought it was. Yes, %command %. So why... How is it 0? I don't get it. Is it because arguments to the function? Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. Yeah, Steam launch wrapper, Reaper, whatever. So this is all running outside the runtime? It's running outside the runtime. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, is this actually printing to the console? Yes it is. Okay, that's good. Good for debug. So let's do a set in here so it shows the environment variables, because we're gonna need some of those. There's the same Zenity we could use. I guess this lock should also do the console ones. Okay. So the next part is that I need to be able to set the proton, to do stuff with the proton here. Do we have a app compat path something? Steam compat. Data path? This should be the wine prefix. Yeah. Slash PFX, okay. And this is Steam launch wrapper is what we want. So for we wanted the game ID. If we have game ID, then it goes there. let's do prepare prefix. And so then we need to figure out how to run stuff inside the prefix. So for what we would do is just run in prefix. And it's the same thing we did here with the installer. Okay, validate paths. So then we want to do a prepare proton thing. Let's run it without steam first. 101. It's just Umuron with Proton Path. So prepare proton is we need to do something here to check and patch proton if it's a little weird. Let's do exit 1 here for now. 135 doesn't like this. So get rid of the arcs. Did not find proton here. Why not? Oh, because it's not D, it's E. Does Steam tell me where proton is? It just goes in there. Compactual paths. Ah, okay. So you want the first one from that. And that's proton. And I guess that means it's actually running the, this whole thing, right? Let me copy this because I'm gonna need this later. Set up Steam. And I probably want a verb in there. Yeah, it's just put in verb. And I probably want to actually use the first path for that. So that would be $1 setup Steam setup line setup so for setup would just be $1. And for Steam, I think the safest thing to do is going to be to have a little, like, arcs thing going on here. How do I do that? I forget how to do bash arrays. I do this for the whole array after, and okay, it's just like that. You can do that. And then running prefix would just be oh wait, this is weird because there's there's not, okay. Oh, this is weird with the quotes. I don't know what's actually going on here. Let me see how this is split. Oh wow, the command is like coded? It's like a single argument? Huh, okay. That's a little bit annoying. Oh, wait, did it add the quotes or did I add the quotes? Okay, no. No quotes, we don't want quotes. We do not want quotes. Oh, cuts. failed. Okay. F1. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So it's just a bunch of dashes. So that should find it. And then yeah, it looks like it works. Okay. So, oh, what do you know? This is already has my fix. We don't have to patch anything. It looks like looks like Valve released my PR. This is the change that I added, and I think they never actually merged it, but they like cherry picked it, and I guess it's released now, so that makes my life easy. So both Proton G and the Seam Proton experimental is now doing this. Well, we can validate what's going on with Proton. Prepare Proton. Unless I manually edited this, but I think I didn't. I don't think I did anyway. What's the M time of this file? February 1. Okay, yeah, this is like from now. So, what's the version? Yeah, this is all like super recent. That's why. Nice. So now I need to figure out how to get the wine version from this Proton, because I also need wine to be at least wine 10. Wondering if there's maybe I can look at the INF file. There's a version at the top there. Yeah, that should work. does that actually work? If I have a false here, does it return or does it exit? I think it just exits. It'd be nice to catch it. Now, how do I, I think there's a catch error thing you can do. Yeah, trap error. Mm. Oh, this is this exit one. Hold on. Why is the... Oh, do I need to set E in every function? What am I doing now? Then falls. Why is this not working? Oh, because it has this... Wait, what? No. What am I doing wrong? Is this because of the trap? I think it's because it doesn't work if it's like that. Yeah, that's why. So I guess I don't want that. Okay. So then it's okay, that works. So remove that. How is more an easy way of doing that? I guess you could use awk. That's annoying. Whatever. Let's just do. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So now, okay, good. So now you can check for the wine version, and now we need to set up the prefix. So what we do is first check if the so we want the C drive like this. So to check for the Spout2 PW install, what we do is check that System 32 Spout to PW, and we need these two. And now I need to compare if a file is newer. Is there an easier way of doing that? NT, right? Okay, that makes sense. And I actually want to do it separately. Check file. we're getting somewhere. It's not info. What is it? Show info. And then we want to do the installer. So it's this thing here. So it's basically run in prefix. So now it should not reinstall because it's already installed. Why is it doing that? And I guess I could just not ship this and do it all in one path. I wonder if that actually works with the full path. I think it should. Yeah, because it was a Unix path anyway. Ah, what's failing here? The install does not install. Hold on. No, it should be installing it. The installer is not working. Why is it not working? Is it the bath? So this one does work. I delete that. Copy error. Oh wait, did I just delete that? So wine works, why does Uma not work? Okay, that works. So why is it not running when I do this? Real path. Let's make sure we actually have an absolute path on that. Why is it not working? Yeah?
Yeah. How is the release?
Soon!
Huh?
I'm just trying to figure out why this is not working.
I made a mistake.
Is it you made a mistake? What?
Yeah.
A mistake.
So there's a chocolate festival in Shinjuku today.
Okay.
I bought 2 Royce chocolate. And I forgot. It needs to go in the fridge.
Oh,
It's quite cold.
I see.
So you need to finish it today.
Okay. Is it the verb? Apparently it's the verb. What's the difference between run and prefix and run? I guess it's setting something else up that this is missing. I'm guessing? Anyway, I guess run works. Okay, so let's try that. And that did not work. It did work. Now it's just confused. This NT thing is not working. Is it just that? They have the same modification time. Why does it say it's newer? Oh, it's like, oh no, it's because it's on a different file system and the M time has a different or oh no, it's because it's Windows. It's because Windows has a different yeah, CP works, but when Windows copies it, Windows has a different time. This is the silliest thing. Okay, I can't do that, I guess. Well, I can just compare them. Okay, 231. I guess that's good. For that. Okay, and then I think you pretty much just run it. And how do I check for the runtime? Compat, runtime, no? Hmm?
Does it taste good?
It's good, it's good, it's good.
Don't
It's really good, it's really good, it's really good.
Really?
Mm.
I feel like you just swallow it.
Mm. And set up Steam would do the same thing here. I mean, I think that Steam always uses a runtime, so we don't really need to check that. So then run and prefix would essentially do I think we can just wait for exit and run anyway. Oh, whoops, I killed Steam. Did I? Maybe not. Yeah, this might work. Okay, so if I just do run nas vtap studio cyan.exe. Hey, Arsen! 20 months! Thank you so much!
Arigato.
Okay. Right, no Steam.
Got you a gift
Give me a gift.
when you finish.
Okay.
Is it gonna be tomorrow?
I mean, probably, but not by much because I'm really getting there. Okay, so this does work. And now the question is, will it work in Steam? That did not work. And it's a path issue. Oh, I probably need to quote it like that. Or not? Proton need a verb. Yes. What is going on? That was very Toho. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I get it. Okay. Give me spouts. There we go. It works. It works. Oh, Steam. Awesome. I think I pretty much just have to package this now.
Yay!
Okay. Let's see. First of all, delete the old junk. We don't use these anymore. Put this one in ... And install those in the Mason install stuff. Package.sh. We just copy Spout2. .sh. Is it memory eating safe? I'll see. Okay. So we delete the old junk. And let's delete the... This has a lot of junk at the end. That can just go away. And I'm gonna move the source to a directory because it's too messy otherwise. tools package.sh. I think that works.
You like?
Now I just need to make it to package in GitHub Actions, and I think we're done.
You read the documentation?
The documentation I did right, but it should not be too much. Okay. Now, actually, I can move the I can move that too, and have the build as I choose that. Hmm? And then that. And I also forgot, I need to add credits in here. Credits based on... do I even have the... I don't know if I have the original files from Titan. 1 second. It's in the known GitLab. No, this wasn't there. That's a different thing. Where was that? Not this. It's here in Codeberg. That's where it is. Hey, Zitin, thank you so much for the super chat! And I need to update the license to have this version 2.1. That takes care of that. And, there we go. So now I need to make this build in GitHub sponsors, and GitHub Actions. How do I do that? I know I have the GitHub OBS plugin stuff, but it's kind of crazy. But I might be able to just use part of that. Let's see. So OBS PW has some stuff. A lot of stuff actually. Actually, I think I can just use this, to be honest. I think I can just make this work. Yeah, so this we can all drop. Just have the build. check out with recursion, set up environment. What's this doing? Don't need any of that. This is kind of complicated. I think we can just kind of skip this. I think I can mostly just skip this because you can just build and package in the same thing. So install dependencies. How do I get app stuff in here? I guess just probably just do that. So for package, what I would do is... So I need that package one. I don't know what this sources thing is doing. It's gonna take a lot of attempts to get this to package, probably. Let's get top action stuff. It's so confusing. You don't need Fatback for Spout2 PW. That's only for the OBS plugin. No debug symbols, probably. I don't think we even need any of this. Just the okay, there's a sources target thing going on. You know, we don't really need the source tarball. If someone really wants to build it from Git, they can build it from Git and do the recursive clone and all that. So let's just drop that, and then then for package, I need a version to be passed to the build action. Version, to get the... GitHub ref name, I guess. Something like that. So then in the build project, we would do build, and that takes the version from the version here, and we don't need config for anything. I guess we can use this for the And just do this and the riff name. I guess we can just do that. Something like that. I really should have started with a simple example. I really should have started with a simple example, but I think I can probably make this work. So then for the build, I need to like package it. Okay, hey! Welcome to Team Lina Stadium. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, getting somewhere maybe possibly. Get status. Wrong place. I'm just gonna push it and see how badly it breaks. Let's see. Okay, so clank forward complaint because oh, it went the whole thing. Okay. I'm just gonna drop that. We're not gonna do a clank format today. I didn't have an actions build. It should be there. I do have an action. Can't have actions is confusing. Why did that not show up? I'm confused. Oh. That would be why. That would be why. Huh? Not... What? What do you mean not found? I guess I need to get update before that. It failed because of a declared dependency keyword argument variables empty. What? What now? Different Mason version or something? It doesn't like... I guess it doesn't like that? Yeah?
Good morning.
It's getting there.
Is it?
Hmm.
How far are you? Did you ride
Uh,
the dock?
No, I'm getting it to run in the GitHub.
Did I sleep first?
Amazing commit messages.
Seriously, just fix? Seriously? No, Lina, you're better than this. Come on.
It's almost 1 a.m. Give me a break.
Okay, most of it is good.
I can start writing the docs while I do this, I guess. Should have a wiki on here. Yay! Okay. Where's my... They haven't approved it yet, probably. Okay. I need to do that fix. That was 2 hours ago. Let me do that real quick. Let's get obvious PW video. Oh, this is on the Fat Hub. Actually, no, I had that for a reason. But I guess it's probably not really needed anyway. So, that's gonna take a while anyway. Installation. Actually, we have an explanation here. Spout2 PW requires features only available in Proton 10 plus and Wine 11 plus. Spout2 PW. So it's under options, compatibility. Actually, let me try the so this proton is probably not going to work. But just to see what happens. It should show the error message where it doesn't work. Under compatibility, tick. Did my computer just crash? No. Oh, it was something. Okay, so this yes, that's what it is expected. Force the use of a specific Steam Play compatibility tool select one of the supported proton that is above. Okay. There's the flat pack. I'm so tired. Can you even change colors in GitHub Markdown? Does that work? No, that does not work. Nah, I think you can't do that. Can't do that. Okay. Actually, that's not really the answer. The answer is I guess I could. Yeah.